Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. We've got Mark Crone in the water at Mastercraft. Or I've actually lost count. I'm not sure what the boat is, but the ski boat has run its simulation pass down. About to do one back. All right, let's see what we've got going on the lake now. It is a red, I believe that's a nautique. Looks like a red ski nautique to me. So we've got Mark Crone coming up on Lake 2, the Slalom Lake.
26 miles an hour, 50 knots. Looks like you got 4 buoys there. So there's our winner of the men's 11 event.
What's the age on men's 11?
Men's 11, 85 and older.
85 and older. Thank you.
Yes, I'm keeping. Yeah, we're excellent. Pour on Lake. Yeah, it's poor on Lake 2, but it's excellent on Lake 1. We're still screaming, yes. I want by the way, I changed the archive on Lake 2. I've changed the archive from Lake 2.
All right, first gear is a scratch. Mark Crone is a scratch. We've got Greg Stokes coming in, 28 miles an hour, 15 off, 28 minus 1.5.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the first skier is not Mark Crone. He's scratched. The first skier is Greg Stokes.
28 minus 15.
Greg is going to start at 28 miles an hour, 15 feet off the rope. Let's see how he does. He placed 5th in overall in the Southern region. Very, very fine individual, very nice guy. He's around number 1. Looks good at 2. Come on, Greg. Got 3. Got 4. He's around 5. Looked like he got around 6 and through the gates. Let's see what the judges say. All right, ladies and gentlemen, he got 6. He may be the only person in the world to ever qualify for the U.S. Nationals and the World's Disabled Championships in the same year, last year, and had to make a choice between skiing here at the Nationals last year or skiing in the World Disabled in Chile, I think. Wherever it was, he skied in the Worlds, and one of the very few people who ever would be able to qualify for both events. He is an amputee. If you look at his arm, he has a special designed handle that he has the ability to hold on with a little bit of an arm below the elbow. He's an astonishing guy. He told me that that design came to him in a dream. Here he comes back at 28 miles an hour, 15 feet off from North Carolina. Greg Stokes, an amazing skier. Round number 3, excuse me. Oh, he goes down at 4. What a great skier, what a great athlete, an amazing person. 3 1/2 at 30 miles an hour. Astonishing guy, and he doesn't leave anything on the table, ladies and gentlemen. He is a trick skier. He is a jumper. He is a slalom skier. He's an overall skier and a very good one. He's 5th in the southern region in overall, men's 6 skier.
Hey Bob, this is Dave. If you get a chance, you mind coming by Lake Goode?
The big kahuna, Bruce Condi, about to take to the water, and the silver deal provided that he gets beyond buoy number 1.
Our next skier on the water over here on Lake 2, men's 6 competitor, is George Caravelli.
Next year, George Covarelli, 32.15. 32 minus 1.5.
George is, I believe George is a Texas skier, really nice guy. I've gotten to know him over the years, skiing with him. We don't really ski against each other. We always ski with other people in our division, but he's a great competitor. Skied really well today in tricks. Let's see how he's going to do in slalom. He's looking good. He's on. Oh, he did not run his opening pass inside of number 4. So he's going to score 3 there, which puts Greg Stokes in the lead.
3 confirmed with the 3.6. 3 confirmed.
So right now the leader is Greg Stokes, your first skier. This is a pretty big class. Men's 6 is what I'm in. We are the baby boomer class. There are 28 men's 6 competitors. 28 registered, one scratched. So we got 27 men's 6 competitors to pull today, and you've seen 2 of them ski. On the water coming up will be Brian Mercer, and we'll see how he negotiates this slalom course here in Zachary, Louisiana.
34 minus 1.5.
Bennett's Water Ski and Wakeboard School.
All right, up next on the water in this men's 6 slalom event, we have Brian Mercer. Started off 34 miles an hour, 15 off.
Okay, Brian's starting out at the top speed, 34 miles an hour, minus 15.
20 ski nautique.
Serious water skier. 2020 red and black ski nautique pulling him, and he is running this like it was a piece of cake. Except he didn't run it. To be fair, a big Kawasaki 4x4 thing pulled in front of me, and I have no idea what happened. But he got around 3 and did not get to 4, so he must have gotten pulled out or saw a turtle or had a duck fly in front of him. There's no telling what happened, but something caused him not to run that pass, and I know that's a big disappointment. Anytime you miss that opening pass, it hurts your feelings. So his score will be 3, and that won't help his overall at all. All right, we'll be looking for Michael Keith next. I'm okay. Whatever you Michael Keith, 32 miles an hour, 15 off, and he ran his opening pass. That's what you just saw. Okay, Michael's coming back at 34 miles an hour, 15 feet off the rope. He is currently in the lead with, I guess, Greg Stokes is in second. Okay, Michael Keith coming back 34 miles an hour, 15 off. And he's around number 3. He's skiing this. He's got 4. He's pulling to 5. Late turn at 5, but he's around 6 and through the gates. He'll be coming back at 22 off. Now, for y'all watching this anywhere around the world, you can see what's going on live with us right here. If you want to see somebody ski that you missed, if you've got a friend or an enemy that you want to see ski, or kinfolks, then yes, I'm from the South. Kinfolks means people who you are related to, for those of you who are not from the South. But you can go to USA Water Ski's YouTube page, and you'll be able to look up the event and look up the skier's name, and you'll be able to watch the event just like you were here live in the heat, in the summer sun. It feels so good here. It's probably pushing 100 degrees. That red and black Nautique is pulling Michael back out. He looks good coming around 2. 3's nice. He's over to 4. He's going for 5. He looks good coming into 5. Pulling for 6. It looks like he got 6. Michael Keith just ran that pass. All right, he just ran 22 off, 34 miles an hour. He's coming back at 28 feet off the rope. We're getting into some real good skiing now. 34 miles an hour, 28 off the rope. Hey, man. Yeah, buddy. No problem. All right. Over on Lake One, my good buddy from Kentucky, Errol Bryant, just ran his opening pass. I can't see the whole thing, but I got to watch just a little bit of it. But now we're back to Michael Keith. He's coming in at 28 off. Here he comes through the gates. A nice turn at 1. Michael Keith looking really good coming into 3. He's wide and early. He's around 4. Oh, lost the handle coming around number 3. Looks like 2.5. Judges are saying 2.5 at 28 off.
and bring him into the course. The Malibu response.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Errol Bryant back up on the water, 22 off the tow rope.
22 off, which is 60 meters for those of you.
Swinging out, dropping in for the gates. Out there around one. Big turn around one. Nice lean over to two. A little wobbly around two, but able to maintain it. Turn three, pulling over to four. Nice wall of spray around four. Waiting on five, pulling hard over to six.
Here we go. This is a good
Ripping it up, six
line. Errol
moves out the
Bryant
gate he
now
goes.
gets to go.
All right, next we have Mike Rouse, 32 miles an hour, 22 off. 3-2 minus 2-2.
Mike Rouse, 32-22.
Our skier on the water is Mike Rouse. He's skiing 32 miles an hour, 22 feet off the rope. There he pulls out for the pre-gate. He drops in and runs. He's through the gates. Got a good one. Coming around two. Looks good at three. He looks all right at four. He's around five, and he's going for six. And he's got six and through the gates. Got 6 buoys. He's coming back off the yellow string. 28 off. Oh, wait. No, I'm sorry. He's coming back at 34 miles an hour. 22 off.
On the water, 28 off, yellow rope link, 14.25. Our first men's non-skier really throwing out some big scores to start this event. Through the gates around one, nicely over to two. Big turnaround two out there around three. Really trying to backside each one of those buoys as he's pulling over to five, hitting five over to six. And out the gate he goes.
That guy's my hero, man. He's a really good dude, too. Yeah, I know him real well. He's a really good guy.
Hit three, not able to get outside of it. 2 at 28 off for Errol Bryant.
All right, on the water, men's 6. We have Mike Rouse coming back in, 34 miles an hour, 22 off. Coming in and going around, and one's down around one range. So actually a half that 22 off there for Mike Rouse. Sorry.
We've got 3 hours skiers to come, and they're going to be hard pressed. 22 off, 34 miles an hour. Total score 72 and a half.
Mike Rouse did not run that pass, so he's got a score of 72 and a half.
Wow. 34 minus 34 miles an hour, 20.
Oh!
Sorry, 22 off here. Pass here at the 2020 Goode U.S. Nationals. Looking good as he's rounded 4 ball and over to 5. Little bit down course, can he get out to 6?
All right, that was Mike Rouse. And I believe he ran that. His opening pass, he ran that. That was 34 miles an hour, 22 off the rope. He's coming back at 34 miles an hour, 28 feet off the rope.
looks like here George Herzog is taking exactly the same route. He's going to go in at 15 off, so he'll want to have 22 off with the tailwind, 28 into the
All right, from Orlando, Florida, George Herzog coming out at 15 off 30 miles per hour. So wide on his gate, being through those gates, waiting on one, staying on the hands. Nicely, turns one over to two.
And Mike Rouse coming through. 28 off, 34 miles an hour. He's running this. He's in it. He's in it. Round number 5. Looks like he cuts around 6 and gets through the gates.
All right, D. Johnson, 6 at 28 off.
For D at 28 off for turning 32.
All right, I have to admit I screwed that up. That was not Mike Rouse. That was D. Johnson. He just ran 28 off. D will be coming back at 32 off. Eventually, sitting in this heat with the sun beating down on you, your brain fries, and I start making mistakes. Actually, people who know me well will say I'll make a mistake without any help from the sun. D's coming back at 32 off. He's the first men's 6 skier to get into 32 off. Let's see if he can run this.
Very much in pole position right now, at least the top 3 medal position assured on the strength of this score of
Here comes D at 32 off. First men's 6 competitor you've seen at this line length.
2 and 2.
He did come up short on that. I'm waiting on the judges to see.
Says 1, which is a 4.5 for the time, but 2-ball time is a 1.313.
Majority 2 for D at 32 off. Total score 86.
Okay, that's your new leader with 86 buoys. That's 2 at 32 off.
Put your hands together.
D. Johnson.
Current leader.
Nice score there. He actually raised his average by nearly four buoys. Anytime you can beat your average at the Nationals, you're doing a pretty good job. That's really great. 4 buoys above his average here at the Nationals in Zachary, Louisiana, USA.
All right, from Woodbury, Florida, we got our next skier to the Switzer.
Our next competitor in men's 6 slalom, Amador Ramirez. Amador Ramirez. His average is 85. He needs to beat 86, which is 2 at 32 off. He's got 1 at 32 off for his average. He needs to step that up to go into the lead. And we've still got about 20 skiers ahead of them.
We have more medals that came in the mail. Yes.
I'll take them. No, sorry.
Coming back in, we have Amador Ramirez. 6 slalom.
Amador Ramirez coming in. Reaching, pulling, skiing. Warm-up pass for Amador. He's looking very, very good.
So 6.9696. Oh boy.
6 confirmed for Amador at 22 off, returning 28.
Amador ran that 34 miles an hour pass at 22 off. He will be coming back in at 28 feet off the rope, 34 miles an hour. Amador Ramirez. Good skiing, man.
Back up on the water, Stan Switzer with a mean green 13.32 32 off goes down for Stan Switzer.
Spot right.
All right, Amador Ramirez coming in, 28 off.
Amador Ramirez, 28 off, 34 miles an hour. Skiing behind that red and black 2020 Ski Nautique by Correct Craft. Looks like he's going to sew up that 28 off pass. He makes it look easy. Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that is not easy. These athletes are really very high performing. They're in shape. They're dedicated. They're putting their bodies through some pretty grueling G-forces behind that boat. We try to avoid taking falls, but you can't always avoid that. And if you come away from that rope about the time you hit the wake, and you're moving maybe 55 miles an hour, and you hit the water, it feels like concrete. This is not a sport for the faint of heart. But when you take one of those kind of falls, you do know you're alive, because nothing could hurt that bad and you not be alive. All right. Amador Ramirez is coming back in at 32 off. Amador Ramirez, 32 off. Oh, he's around number 2, but he does not get back to the wake. It looks like 1.5. 1.5 at 32 off. That,
Check the time again, boat, please.
Amador runs into second place. Right now, D. Johnson is still your leader with 86 buoys. Ramirez at 85 and 1/2. Amador Ramirez at 85 and 1/2 in second place. And that's just 8 skiers of what I believe are 28 skiers.
Couldn't ask for much better conditions. Are perfect. It's nice.
Yes, there are 28 skiers in this division, so
What else could you ask for?
if you're sitting at home somewhere or you're sitting in a pub in Australia and it's the middle of the night, maybe you should make a drink, pop some popcorn, settle in, because we've got a lot of skiing to go. 20 more skiers. Next skier on the water is Jim Berger. Jim is very capable of taking over this lead. He's got an average of 88.3. Started at 34 miles an hour, 22 feet off the rope. Boat's up, he's up. There he goes. Round number 1. He's got 2. He's making this look easy. Here comes number 4. Nice turn at 4. He's got a good angle for 5. He's got number 6 in his pocket, and he's through the gates.
All right, from Indio, California.
Jim Berger.
Frank Harrison on the water, 28 off the tow road, 30 miles per hour. Right around 3 over to 4, really bringing it around 4. Throwing up a big wall of spray as he's out there around 6. Nicely around 6, lots of angle around.
Jim will be coming back at 28 off.
It also conserves the cup where with that particular philosophy. So, not expending too much energy running through 28 off. Good, solid run. Now,
Jim Berger is down there waiting on the boat. Here the boat goes. Here comes Jim. 28 feet off the rope, 34 miles an hour. This is not an easy pass. He might make it look easy, but you have to be a real skier to run this. There he is, round number one. It's good coming around two, way up course like he wants to be. A nice turn at three. Nice at four. He looks good going five. And it looks like he did. He got that out the gates. Another six. Okay, so Jim Berger is coming back in at 32 feet off. 34 miles an hour, 32 feet off the rope. He's looking to get a piece of three to become the leader. He's looking to get as many as he can to put that lead in as good a position as he can.
I'm trying to keep an eye on my leg and your leg. There's some exciting skiing going on both legs over here.
It means that the ski reacts a heck of a lot differently. How much drag it's able to tolerance for. And I mean,
Okay, Jim Berger's around number. No, he's not. He was inside of number two. It did look like he was around inside of number two to me. Okay, they confirmed one buoy. Puts him at 85. That puts him currently in the third position. Jim Berger's in third place. He'll ski back to the dock. He's great skier, great performance, Jim Berger. Next skier is Doug Rogerson. Doug Rogerson has got an average of 90. He's got every chance to take the lead in this pass or this set. All right, I'm going to hand the mic back to Jeff Sturgis. This is Freddie Snell. Goodbye.
Thank you, buddy. Yeah, where are we at? All right, welcome webcasters. Jeff Sturdy here on the mic. Men's six slalom. Doug Rogerson on the water, our 10th skier off the dock. 32 miles an hour, 22 off. Six and six from the judges here. We'll get you caught up here on a leaderboard here soon. Welcome in to the Goode U.S. Nationals. Day one here, cruising right along. Hope you're enjoying the webcast out there. All right, Doug's going to go faster, 34.22, 34 the max speed here in men's 6 slalom. Be nice if we had some shade, huh, Tony?
Okay, I just want to make another announcement. We are getting ready to do
Who's working leg 1?
tricks. We're going to do boys 2 tricks.
You're going to be here the rest of the day?
Men's 6 tricks. Men's 9.
All right, Robertson now, 34 the max speed, 22 off. First time he's qualified for the Nationals, what I heard. And he runs 6:34.22, so we'll shorten that rope up to 28 off. We got slalom going on both lakes here today. Had to do that just to get through all these events. Might have some event changes coming up later on today. We are on time on Lake 2, the slalom lake. We are about an hour behind on the trick and jump lake. All right, back on the water here with Doug Rogerson. This is 28 off now, men's 6 slalom. And he's through the gates here, round number 1. Right foot forward skier. Good angle out of 2, nuts nice and early into 3. Good offside lean into 4. Very nice rhythm here at 28 off. You know, 28 off can have a much better rhythm than 15 and 22 and sometimes look a lot better and be easier. And he gets through that no problem. So current leaderboard here in men's 6 slalom. D. Johnson, your leader with 2 at 32 off. Amador Ramirez with 1.5 at 32 off. Jim Berger with 1 at 32 off. Doug Rogerson now in 4th place, but he's still going, so he's going to be coming in 32 off. Needs to beat 2 to take the lead. All right, they give him one buoy at 32 off. So good score for him, and that will put him at a tie for 3rd. But we got a lot of skiers left here in men's 6 slalom. All right, on the water now we got Alvin Neff.
In third place, from Orlando, Florida, Cameron Davis. On a runner-up for Alvin at 28 off for turning 32. Texas, Claire Covington. Our 2020 Girls 2 Trick Champion from Winter Garden, Florida, Ella Gay. Give our ladies a nice big round of applause. Olivia Mollis, Jessica Withrow, Cameron Davis, Claire Covington.
All right, here we go. Pass number 2. Alvin Neff, men's 6 slalom, our 11th skier off the dock. Try to get you a speed and line length here. I apologize. Does look like 28 off, though, from the here. And he goes down on pass number 2, 2.5, and I believe 28 off. Of course, if that was at max speed, that's actually going to put him into second place at the moment. We do have plenty of skiers left here. Oh, that was 32 off. 32 off, so he opened up at 28. 2.5 at 32. That's going to put him right behind the leader. We got 28 men's 6 slalom skiers. Mark Brandt, our top seed, with an average of 4 at 39 off. So going to see some good skiing. We have 4 guys that are averaging in the 39. Stephen Binkley, Steve Ward, Mark Hagelwald, and Mark Brandt. So that should be exciting. And we are right now halfway through this event, getting ready to get skier number 13 here. It's going to be Thomas Nathan next on the water with an average of 3 at 35 off. All right, Mike Erb coming in at 32 minus 22. All right, 32-22. Ooh, that was weird. It looks like he just let go. Let go around one ball. Not sure if something was wrong. We will keep you informed here. But he kind of went around one ball and just threw the handle. Well, perhaps he was a little bit injured maybe and kind of felt it through the gates and decided to pull up there. But outside of that, we're not hearing anything from the officials, so it looks like a score of half a buoy for Mike Erb. All right, the boat is stopping by the skier, so let's see what's going on. Maybe we can get a camera on that. Tom Nathan on the dock right now, getting ready. But we might have a re-ride request coming up. We'll keep you informed here. The Splash Eye webcast.
34 miles an hour. Dock starter told us 32.
All right. All right, so here's the deal, folks. He wanted 34. The dock starter told him 32, and he must have knew right away he wasn't going 34 because he threw that handle. So looks like re-ride request granted, and he's going to get to come back at 34-22 here in men's 6 slalom. All right, so while we take care of that re-ride, let's look at our top 5 right now. Michael Keith in 5th with 2.5 at 28 off. Doug Robertson with 1 at 32 and a tie for 3rd with Jim Berger. And then Amador Ramirez, 1.5 at 32 off. And your leader right now, D. Johnson, 2 at 32 off. So that is your top 5 here in men's 6 slalom. All right, so re-ride request granted there for Mr. Mike Erb. That's a risky move, you know. You don't always want to throw the handle because, you know, if he would have made that and scored 6 at 32 miles an hour, he would have had the option to, you know, come back at 34 or opt up to 34.22. But, you know, risky move when you throw the handle because you never know if you're going to get a granted re-ride. So, you know, that's my suggestion to the folks out there and kids. You could always ask for rewrite when you get done, but he got it, and he came back at 34.22 and made it. All right, that's Tom Nathan you see there on the webcast, getting up ready next, and Mike Erb still on the dock, or still on the water here.
Alrighty, Anna, we ready to go with women? California, Charlene Brown.
All right, here we go. 34 miles an hour, Mike Erb, 32 off. Not sure if he got outside of outside of 3. All right, no, he did not. So 2 at 32 off, and that is not going to take the lead over D. Johnson's 3 at 32 off. All right, on the dock now, Tom Nathan. Tom Nathan is the judge, the chairman of the Judges and Scorers Committee. So this man puts a lot of time and effort into the sport. So his committee is in charge of all the judging and scorers policies, you know, how you become an official, how you maintain, how you upgrade. So very hardworking committee. All the continuing education and online clinics you see has come out of this committee. And Tom, from the Western region, skiing on a D3 Evo, he chairs that committee. And Thomas Nathan is going to be coming in 22 off, 34. Apologize out there if you are getting interruption in the internet. We have the highest internet speed we could possibly get out here in Zachary. So unfortunately, we're pushing all we can, and it's going to go up and down throughout the day. Usually really, really good in the morning, and as the afternoon and more people get online, it tends to buffer a little bit. So hang in there with us. We honestly are doing everything we can. Got all the speed we can handle here. So thank you to all the donors out there that made this happen. Splash Eye, Ski It Again, all the regions, AWSA regions, and all you personal donors. This is our first ever webcast of the U.S. Nationals. And so far, the text messages have been flooding in with gratefulness that you're able to tune in and watch. So grandparents out there that maybe can't see your kids ski, or fans, it's a great opportunity to see everybody here at Nationals. So join us all week. We will be here sun up to sundown. Tony Lightfoot on the Lake One mic the whole week. The Water Ski Broadcasting Company bringing the U.S. Good Nationals to you live here from Zachary, Louisiana. That's James Hammer sitting on the dock waiting to go next. All right, here comes Tom Nathan now, 28 off, 34, behind that Ski Nautique. Got to run this pass to challenge our leaderboard. We got a bunch of guys in the 32 off already. He's around 3, heading into 5 now. Sorry about that. Getting in deep, but he's around 6, takes the slack out the gate, and we got another skier going to attempt that mean green, 32 off loop here in men's 6 slalom. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Tom Nathan, chairman of the Judges and Scorers Committee, coming in now. The mean green, 32 off, 3 is your lead by D. Johnson. Tom from the Western region, good-looking 1 ball. Nice angle over to 2. Now he's got to handle that offside turn. Not as much angle over to 3. And he comes up short, and another score at 32 at 32 off. Got great angle out of 1, but just didn't cast the ski good enough at 2 ball. And if you don't get that ski in a pre-turn, it is not going to finish with enough angle to get over to 3 ball, especially left foot forward skiers. For some reason, they, in my eyes anyway, seem to just have more trouble on their offside turn and angle out of their offside. If anybody can tell me that to be true or tell me how to fix it, I would love to know. But so 2 at 32 off for Tom Nathan. Men's 6 slalom, he was number 13 off the dock, out of 28. Is this yours?
That's mine. My phone was here.
I haven't seen a phone.
I laid it down over there. Thank you.
Hey. All right, James Hammer now on the water. Skier number 14 here, men's 6 slalom. Oh, he's running late on this opener. At least it looked like it for a minute there. So we'll see what these top skiers do. They started 32 off. They're going to have 39 tailwind, but 38 headwind. So we'll see what they decide to do. We're a long way from there, but like I said, our top 4 skiers all can get into 39 off. So this is going to get exciting. D. Johnson, our leader right now, with 3 at 32 off. Your obviously only webcast. You got the radio for judges and scoring. He's pretty good about putting the speed and line length up there, but you got to kind of catch it. It doesn't stay up there the whole time during the pass. And once in a while leaderboard, but I've been using waterskiresults.com to help me, or you could just use this. I haven't been doing that, but it's probably easier than trying to, because you can't see shit in the sun with the phone. And I think I'm gonna buy one tomorrow. It's actually, I thought it was gonna be brutal, but it's not as bad. This fan is nice. Yeah. So, all right, pass number 2 now. This is James Hammer. That looks like 32 off. So he started at 28. So our leader is 3 at 32. So we got a new leader there as he rounds 4 ball. Nice angle over to 5, looking good. And nice and tall, and he is our new leader with a full pass at 32 off. So.
All right, we switched announcers here. Jeff had to go up and judge, so he conned me and Troy Zellner to replace him. So I might be rusty here first few skiers, but we'll work it out. James Hanner back 35 off. This is your new unofficial leader. Looks pretty good going around 2 ball. Stands up around 3, and he's getting back to the wakes in time. It appears he does. So we'll wait to hear the judges call in. Still awaiting the official score. We've got a little discrepancy going on with these call-ins right now. Showing in the water, waiting at the dock patiently, is Michael Tilton. And once we get his starting speed and line length, we'll let you know what that is. All right, we got 28 of these men 6 on the running order. We're right about halfway. James Hammer was number 14 off the dock. Okay, so the official score called in for James Hammer was 2 1/2 at 35 off. So next is going to be Michael Tilton. He's got to get 3 at 35 to take over that leaderboard. Once we find out here what his starting speed is, we'll get that to you. It is a bit warm down here. I don't know if you guys have been told. Gotten a nice little breeze. Once that breeze is going and hitting you, it's really not too bad. It's definitely tolerable. But whenever that wind stops, it's unbearably hot. Some of these guys, I'm sure, are going to alter their starting speeds to adjust for this wind because it's a perfect headwind for your top most challenging pass. So Michael Tilton taking advantage of this little delay that we've got going on here. The radio's quiet, so I really don't know what the holdup is. So again, we're about halfway down the list here on this men's 6. After we get through that men's 6, we've got half a dozen women 7 and then 5 women 8 to wind up the day here. Had just long enough of a delay there on the slalom lake that they're rerunning a simulation pass. Then we'll go back down and get Michael Tilton picked back up, grab his starting speed. All right, I'm thinking maybe we had an officials change there in the boat halfway through this event. Back down at the dock now, hooking up. Looks like Michael's on the title sponsor, Goode. Okay, so correction, that is not Michael. This is Stephen Kriegbaum. Stephen Kriegbaum's going to be coming out at 28 off. Behind that red and black correct craft. There he has one ball around two ball in this nice warm-up pass going into a headwind. Around 5 making his way over to 6, and then 6 he's going to head out the gates. Down at starting dock, our skier after Steven here is Paul Armour, it looks like. Another one on the Goode slalom ski. All right, we got confirmation on Steven. He's going to be coming back at 13 meter, otherwise known as 32 off for pass number 2. He's got to get completely through this pass and get more than 3.5 to challenge our leader at the moment, which is still James Hammer. Here we go, 32 off, Stephen Kriegbaum. Around 1, headed over to 2. Looking very comfortable, nice reach around every buoy on both sides. Around 6 and then out the gates. Just what he needed to do to challenge your leader. He had to get through that 32 off, 13 meter.
Power 6 and 6. Really utilizing his 6 with a 95.
So James Hammer walking the shoreline somewhere, knowing that right now he's in the lead with 2.5 at 35 off, and he's got Stephen Kriegbaum coming back in at the money pass. Long ways to go here in this men's 6 slalom event at the 2020 Nationals, sponsored by Goode Water Skis. A lot of these guys are on that Goode Water Ski. All right, confirmation for Stephen Kriegbaum. It is 35 off. He wants to get 3 or better. Little wheelie around 1 ball, but nothing to be panicked about. He's around 3, getting to the wakes, and unofficially, he's leading with his nose around 4 ball, a lot of slack. Gets to the wake and throws the handle. We'll see what we get here called in from the judges there on that pass for Stephen Kriegbaum. Okay, so official score for Stephen Kriegbaum is 3.5 at 35. He did not get to the wake with the handle apparently where they wanted it to be, so they got him a 3.5. That's your official, unofficially leader, because everything I say pretty much is unofficial until they come out with the official results. All right, up out of the water on the Slalom Lake in men's 6 is Paul Armour. Paul, I believe, is a Connecticut skier. He's starting at 28 off. Right in here, a round 2 ball. Okay, Paul Armour looking like he got around 6 and out the gates. One of my, I don't want to call it the best memory because it was one of the scariest memories I've ever seen, was with Paul Armour up at Water's Edge in Wilmington, Illinois. The year they had nationals up there, he took a horrific fall while he was jumping, came up unconscious, and then he started flailing about and about took out the safety personnel from the towboat. And he ended up obviously coming out of that okay, but it was scary at the moment. So Paul Armour coming back down, slight tailwind here on this 32 off. He's got to run it and get over halfway through 35 to challenge the leader. A little stretched out around 3 there. Getting deep around, and he's lost behind the boat, ending his pass for this year's 2020 Nationals. So Paul going down earlier than what he had planned, I'm sure, on his way down here to Zachary, Louisiana. He's going down at 3.5 at 32 off. Next skier off the dock, dunking into the water, is going to be John Wilkins, coming out at that 28 off yellow loop. Seems to be the choice so far in these last 3-4 guys that I started announcing. All right, John Wilkins up, pulling out by the green gates. Setting up his warm-up pass. Looking nice, calm, cool, and collected, and comfortable. Going around 6 ball, heading to the gates. All right, John Wilkins, his second pass. Wynn staying pretty consistent here lately on these skiers. He's at 32 off. He's got to get all of this to challenge the money pass. Oh, he gets deep in around 3 ball and loses the handle. Bummer deal for John Wilkins. Not sure my angle. I couldn't see what led into that, but he just, what I saw, got deep around 3 there and unable to hang on to the handle. And confirmation for 2.5 at 32 off there for John Wilkins. Next coming off the dock in this men's 6 slalom event is Reb Randolph. Reb Randolph at 28 off. Reb coming out here, he wants to get a feel for things before he gets down nitty gritty in the 35 off, hopefully. Down around 6 and through the gates on Reb's opening pass. So we got several guys sitting here at the 2.5 to 3.5 at 32 off. And a couple guys sitting right around that 2.5, 3.5, 35 off. Still quite a ways to go here. Reb coming back in for pass number 2. This is 32 off. Must get through this pass, kind of stood up there around 1 ball to see if he gets things collected back underneath the. Looking good from that point on. Reb Randolph getting through that 32 off green loop. All right, we got that ski nautique tightening up the rope down there for Reb Randolph. He's going to be coming back right now, your money pass, which is 35 off. So unofficially, by my notes, we've got Stephen Kriegbaum your current leader, and unfortunately I turn around and I see Reb down around 1 ball. So 1/2 of 35 off there for Reb Randolph. Completing his day a little shorter than what he expected. Webcast is being sponsored by Splash Eye, Ski It Again, and all 5 regions, USA Water Ski. Good Water Ski Carbon Industries, your 2020 national sponsor. Along with good sponsors, we've got USA Water Ski and Wake Sports, Tri-Lakes, Malibu Boats, Mastercraft, Ski Nautique, Marine Power, OJ Props, Masterline, Shoulder Spear, Conley, D3, HO, Radar, and Ski Safe. All right, Daniel Wolfarth, he's coming in 28 off. Opening pass. Seems quickly getting our way down through this men's 6. We had some unfortunate falls for some of these guys, and it's making this running order seem to be going rather quickly. So the shade underneath the canopies out here this weekend are at a premium price. I know Tony Lightfoot and I would love to have a canopy over the top of us right now. Got a Central Illinois redhead sitting out in the middle of the sun like a cactus in the desert. So we got Dan coming back in, pass number 2. He is at 32 off the green loop. Wind has laid up just slightly. I wouldn't say there's enough wind to even think about considering any opting up or anything of that nature, that's for sure. And he's around 6 ball Dan out the gates. Dan Wolfarth coming in, money pass, 35 off. My unofficial record shows Stephen Kriegbaum still in the lead with 3 1/2 at this pass. Shorter that line length gets, the more important the starts are. Got to get up wide on that boat, have enough angle through the red entry gates. without too much or too little. Well, let's see what he's got going today. Nice one ball. Broke it to 2 ball a little bit, still around 3 ball. He's fighting for the lead. He's going over to 5. Is he going to be the first guy? Oh, he goes down out the front around 5 ball. Looks like 4.5 from my perspective, but we'll see what them judges call in. So unofficially, Dan Wolfarth, your new leader at 4.5 at 35 off. We still got a ways to go here. So we had another scratch here in this men's 6 running order. So we're going, our next skier on the water is John Shealy. He's being pulled up as we speak. He's going to be coming in 28 off for his opening pass. I feel like the door is still plenty wide open with the skiers I see coming up on this list, with 4.5 at 35 off being the current lead. So John Shealy looking very solid through that opening 28 off. John Shealy around the island down there, coming in at 32 off, green loop. He's got to get all this, and he might as well figure on running that 35 off if he wants the podium. Working our way towards them top 5 seeds here in this men's 6 slalom event. John Shealy looking good, going around 4 ball. Appears he's going to get through this 32 off so he can challenge your leader, unofficial, still Dan Wolfarth, 4.5 at 35 off this next pass, which John Shealy is going to be coming in. All right, money pass. John Shealy, 35 off, blue loop. 4.5 is what we've got going on right now. See how this one ball stacks up. Pull along the two. He got too much speed in the two ball, couldn't handle coming out. So we're looking unofficially like 1.5 at 35 off for him. Okay, coming up on the water. He's your number 6 seed. So we're getting down to the nitty-gritty with these men 6. He's starting at 28 off. James Morton. Working our way down towards your top seed, which is Mark Brandt. So James or Jim, I'm not sure what he prefers to go by. Last name's Morton. Getting through that 28 off with no problems. So all this webcast out here this week being brought to you by Splash Eye, Ski It Again, and the 5 regions in USA Water Ski and Wakeboard. We appreciate everything they do for our sport to be able to bring these broadcasts so you people that aren't able or chose not to come to the event can enjoy it, follow along. Sure beats the days of going back and making a collect call to mom and dad and telling them what the results were at the end of the day. Step up from that to cell phones, on Rome, out of Rome, and now we've progressed to where you can be live scoring and you can be live webcasts. 32 off, James Morton, pass number 2. Still kind of feeling things out here in the second pass. Looking good out the gates. He's going to be coming back in the money pass, which is 35 off. The other advantage to having the webcast live and live scoring, people on site can actually be in their campers and they can be keeping up while they're soaking up some air conditioning, saving their strength. Maybe they're one of the later events in the day. All right, we're staying with the professional name of James Morton coming in 35 off. Money pass. He's got to get a good one ball here because he's got to get deep in this pass if he wants to challenge the lead. He's really looking good around 3 ball, heading over to 4. 4 getting a little out of shape, but if he hangs on, he can pull around 6 and get those gates, and he does. That's your unofficial new leader, James Morton, getting through 35 off. All right, here we go. James Morton, 38 off, your first skier here. He's trying to set the pace for the rest of the guys at the dock around 1 ball. All right, sounds like all the officials are calling in 1/2 for Jim. 1/2 at 38 off, your new leader in this men's 6 slalom event. He's taking us right into the top 5 guys here now. So all these top 5 guys got to get through 35 off to challenge the leader. Down in the water on the D3 ski, it looks like Kim Kantos, Midwest slalom skier. Seen Kim around the sites for several years. Typically twice a year between regionals and nationals we'll run into him. So Kim's electing to come out at the most popular line length to start at here in this men's 6, which is 28 off. So Kim Kantos swinging wide, going through the gates for pass number 1. Trying to get the cobwebs knocked out, get a feel for things out there today. Okay, Kim looking like he's making it through pass number 1. So Kim Kantos making his opening pass 28 off. They do have the option to opt up if they wish, but they seem to be pretty much running the routine. So Kim going to be coming back in 32 off. Got that nautique coming through. Setting up Kim Kantos here, 32 off. All right, Kim getting there around 6. That pass almost looked better than his opening pass. Not too much of a surprise there if that second pass is better than the first pass. First pass, everybody's got nerves and jitterbugs. Not sure what to think. They don't want to go too easy. They don't want to go too hard. So they just get through that first pass, get settled down. Okay, Kim Kantos coming in. No longer the money pass. 35 off. Your leader's at 1/2 at 38 off, so Kim knows he's got to get all this if he wants to take a chance of getting the gold medal. All right, he looked good going through that pass. Actually, I think he had less bobbles on that pass than he did his 28 off. Kim Kantos cutting through that 35. He's going to be coming back in at 38 off. Right now, 1/2 is James Morton, your unofficial leader, at this 38 off, purple. So the way things are set up here down at the Nationals, we've got 4 announcers actually speaking at one time. You got 2 of us that are doing the webcast. Myself and Tony Lightfoot doing each slalom lake separately, and then you got 2 PA announcers doing each lake separately as well. So it's taking a lot of personnel to make all things happen, and I know we've got 3 or 4 cameras, I think, running this show. At least 4. Here we go, 38 off. Kim Kantos, he got all of 1. He's around 2. He's standing up and accepting that. He likes it. A little bit of fist pump. Not a real powerful fist pump, I got to say, but he should be at least somewhat satisfied. He did what he needed to do. He knew he needed to go out and get all of 1 to take the lead. And he did that, and he added 1 to it. So we're looking at 2 at 38 off. Unofficially, Kim Kantos is your new leader. Okay, Stephen Binkley, pass number 1, 28 off. Number 4 seed here. Working through this warm-up pass. Few more to go before he can challenge the leaderboard. Kim Kantos 2 at 38 off unofficially. So Steve Binkley gets through his 28. Pretty sure he's probably going to come back at mean green 32. All right, here we are, 32 off. Steve Binkley. Pass number 2, still getting things warmed up here. Wind picked up just a little bit from what we had the last couple skiers, but nothing to be threat at all. By all means, it'd be perfect if you can get this set up for that 38 headwind. But most of these guys starting at 28 off is going to still be a 35 headwind with a 38 tailwind. Okay, Steve Binkley, here he is, 34 miles per hour, 35 off. He must make this if he wants to challenge the leader. If he's wanting a gold medal, we got to get through all this and then part of 3 to take the lead from Kim Kantos, sitting at 2 at 38 off. Steve means business. He looks like he's going to do every bit of this and look at 38 off to have that chance to take him off the leaderboard. Powerful pass there by Steve. We did hear there's a gate review on Steven's 32 off pass. He's allowed to continue to ski here and keep going. These other passes are at risk. If they do the gate review, obviously, if they deem that he made those gates at 32 off, he'll be scored every buoy that he gets. If not, then unfortunately that'll fall back to whatever. Well, that'd be 6 at 28 off. But here we go, 38 off. We're not going to worry about that 32 gate review. He's got to get part of 3 to take over the lead from Kim Kantos. He's deep around 2, but I think he'll get there for sure. Standing up, can eat this up the slack and gets to the gates. That looks like 3 at 38 off to me. And as soon as we get confirmation on any of that, we will sure let you know what the total or official judgment is. All right, so we got an interesting set of circumstances there with Steve. He's your unofficial new leader. As soon as we hear anything about the gate review at 32 off, we'll definitely let you know. Things are going to keep going as if he made them. Okay, things are go. So 3 at 38, Stephen Binkley is the mark. Right now, Steve Ware, he's coming in at 28 off. So as far as my knowledge is that the gates were good for Stephen Binkley at that 32 off gate review. And we're starting here with Steve Ware at 28 off, so business as usual. Steve Ware is your third seed in the men's 6. He's got to get part of 4 at 38 off, but before he can even think about that, he's got passes in front of him. He's got one buoy at a time. Otherwise, you start thinking too far ahead. Sometimes that turns around and bites you and pulls you under the water much sooner than what you want. Here we are, 32 off, Steve Ware. On a good slalom ski. Nice high reach arm extension at every buoy. Getting around 6 and out those gates. Steve Ware making good use of that 32 off. So the gates were confirmed good. Just double check that with Stephen Binkley. So those 32 off gates were good. His 3 at 38 off is good. So now Steve Ware is the third seed, chomping at the bit to run through this 35 off, get 38 off. The money pass right now for these men's 6. Skiers at the 2020 Goode Nationals here in Zachary, Louisiana. Home of the hot breeze, we're going to call Zachary, Louisiana. Steve Ware pulling out at the green balls for 35 off. He has got to get all 6 of this if he thinks about taking home a gold or a silver at least. Wheelies up a little bit around 3. Let's see if he stays patient at 4. Looks like he did. He's around 5. He's got to pull hard to get over to 6 and around 6. And here he goes. Steve Ware out the gates. 6 at 35 off. He did what he had to do on that pass. Now we got to see if he's going to be able to stand up and do what he needs to do at this 38 off pass, because Stephen Binkley sitting with 3 at 38 off. So Steve Ware, he's got to get part of 4 to change that leaderboard. So in between passes, we sneak over and grab a little shade underneath the tent. Slight breeze just helps keep things under check. All right, up around the turn island, we got Steve Ware coming in, 38 off. 3 at 38 off is your current leader. So one ball is everly so important right here, right now. Looking pretty good coming around 2 ball. Looking good around. Oh, no, he pulls up, getting deep around 3, looking like 2.5. Yes, the boat's calling in 2.5. We'll have to see what the judges call in. Make it official. So Steve Ware, enough for second place unofficially right now. Still sitting on top of the leaderboard, Stephen Binkley with 3 at 38 off. Steve Ware at second with 2.5. Uncertain if we have any ties right now. I'm not watching the live scoring. So if I hear of anything from the officials, I'll pass that along to you. I just heard, it's like she was listening to me. No ties right now on the leaderboard with 2 skiers left. And when you start getting into the 38 off money pass, it doesn't take much to run into a tie, even with just 2 skiers left. But I'd be willing to bet these last 2 skiers are looking at running 38 off. Got some skiing to do before he gets into that money pass. Mark Hagelwald. Looking very technical, Mark is on that Goode slalom ski, your title sponsor for nationals this year. So, top 2 seeds for men's 6. And then we're going into women's 7. If we have any women's 7 skiers in your RV or on your laptop wondering where we're at, it's time for you to get up and rise and shine and make your way down to the starting dock. Your event's up next, women's 7 slalom. Mark Hagelwald, pass number 2, 32 off. Beautiful conditions right now. We've had nothing but less than beautiful. I said that wrong. You're all laughing at me. I know you are, but that's okay. We can admit our faults altogether. So, Mark making through 32 off. Is that a different change from like 2 days ago change?
Yes.
It is?
They're doing it because we're probably running a little bit behind here with slalom. So the only other event to come after slalom is boys one and girls one tricks. And that probably would have taken all the way through to about 8 o'clock tonight or beyond. So they have to go there because there's a danger.
All right, Chad, eyes on the water. Men's 6 slalom. We're here, 35
Here we are. Second seed, Mark Hagelwald, 35 off. He's around 4. He's still in the ball game. Dropping his shoulders back, getting around 6 and to the gates. He does it. Round 6 at 35 off. Sorry, I fell behind a little bit on that. We've got some discussion of some scheduled changes for tomorrow morning. I want to get that straight and get that to you. Okay, so Mark Hagelwald, he's your second seed. He's at 38 off. He's got to get part of 4 to take the lead from Kim Kantos. Again, one ball is ever so a little slack turning into the gates. Let's see if he can eat it up, make it up. Oh, high with a handle around 2 ball, gets him on the tail. Unable to get out to 3, so looking like 2 at 38, which I think is going to put us into a tie. So we are going to have a runoff. What place it's for, we yet know, because we got our top seed, Mark Brandt, to ski yet. But between Mark Hagelwald and Kim Kantos are both sitting with 2 at 38 off. So those 2 guys are tied. We still got Mark Brandt to go here, your top seed. Looks like Stephen Binkley is your current leader, 3 at 38. So your top seed from Illinois, or Wisconsin, Mark Brandt. He's coming in at mean green. He's starting at 32. So, Mark, your first men's 6 skier to start at the green loop. Mr. Technical. He's one of those guys with all the fancy gadgets down at the starting dock, looking at his fin, double-checking the buckles on his vest, and all the way down to his socks being in the right spot. Mark Brandt getting through that warm-up pass, a 32 off. All right, Mark Brandt here. The second pass is 35 off already. He's got to get through all of this and part of 4 at 38 off to take over the lead and be the champion. Mark looking good on that 35 off pass. Smoked that 35, Mark Brandt. So, Stephen Binkley can do no worse than second place. He was your 4th seed. Mark Brandt, the first men's 6 slalom skier that's going to have that 38 off headwind. I've seen Mark run this pass a few times at Midwest Regionals and over the years. But anything can happen, because if you're looking to run this pass, you know you got to have a good one. And sometimes that inevitably reaches up and grabs you and pulls you underwater right around one ball as well. So let's see what Mark has in store today. Turning through them gates. Little bit of slack at one ball, but he's looking good and he's looking confident. He's going over 4, your unofficial winner. Going to 5, he's looking to run it, going deep over to 6. Round 6 he does. He's your only skier in men's 6 to run this 38 off unless somebody else does it in the runoff. But out of the box, Mark Brandt, you're only one to run 38 off today. He is your unofficial 2020 Goode national champion for men's 6 slalom. All right, here we go. Mark Brandt, 39.5 off. The first one we've seen at this line length in men's 6. Unofficial champion at this point. Here comes Mark. He's around 1 ball. Actually looks pretty good. He's good around 2 ball. He's going to get around 3 at least. He's still going. He's over to 4, just inside 4 from my perspective. 3 at 39.5 off. Mark Brandt smoking it up today. Happy guy. All right, so we got Kim Kantos coming off the dock first. Now Mark Hagelwald, the second one. These guys both ran 2 at 38 off, which this runoff is for 4th place. They'll be starting at 35 off the dock. It's been a little while since Kim has skied. Mark skied just before Mark Brandt. So Kim was your 5th seed. Mark was your 2nd seed. A little bit of difference there in time on the dock. Not too unfamiliar territory for either guys, I'm sure, if they're being this competitive in the men's 6. They've been there, done that before. After we get done with this runoff, I'm sure we'll have a quick boat and boat crew change, heading right into the women's 7 slalom event. Half dozen of those ladies on the running order. Hey. Okay, Kantos drew the lucky straw. He's going to set the pace here in this runoff between him and 35 off Kim Kantos. Handle in the water around one ball. Just too much going into one. He knew it. You saw his expression. He'd like to have that to try again, but unfortunately it doesn't work that way. So Mark Hagelwald, he knows he's got to just get part of 2 here at 35 off for that 4th spot on the podium. So Mark Hagelwald on the dock. Got that good ski strapped on. Got that towboat at 34 miles per hour, 35 off. He knows he's got to get part of 2 to win this runoff. Doesn't seem like it'd be anything too difficult. However, it still is 35 off. Looks like we're hooked up to the correct craft. Mark's in the water. So 35 off. Mark Hagelwald got to get part of 2 to win this runoff. Here we go, 1 ball. Doesn't have to do much at 1 ball to get over to 2, and he does it. He knows that's all he needs. He's going to stand up, call it good. Your winner of that runoff for 4th place. So we're winding down. We're getting everybody dropped off with this men's 6 and unhooked and out of the way. Then we'll get that towboat all strapped up, ready to go for the women's 7. So we'll have a short delay here, and then we'll come right back with the women's 7 slalom.
This is a shrimp po' boy. It could just be a sandwich, but today you're in Louisiana. Today, you got up with the sun to enjoy the best bass fishing on Earth. Today, you walked historic halls where ghosts might pay a visit, but spirits are always present. Today, you wandered into a hole-in-the-wall cafe and fed your soul with a frosty local brew and this shrimp po' boy. Anywhere else, it's just a sandwich. But today, you're in Louisiana.
I've been skiing on the Energy R1 for a little over a year now. Before the R1, I was on the original Energy, and I was skiing great on that ski. I really had no problems with it, but whenever they released the R1 with the wider forebody up front, it made the ski so much easier to stay balanced and have equal turns on both sides.
So from my very first set on the NRG R1, I could just feel that this ski's just really balanced through the wakes and through the turns. And I found that I could just turn my onside turn better. I think that's because the tail of the ski just allows a little bit more water to flow through it, so it just rides through the tail of the onside turn better. That's definitely the big thing that I felt was different, and that's why I was really happy to be able to get on that ski straight away.
rising up now. No, I won't back down. Taking my shot now. Making my background. I'm rising up now. No, I won't back down. Taking my shot now. Making my background. Out
Here we are, back live, 2020 Goode National Water Ski Tournament down in Zachary, Louisiana. We're getting ready to start this Women's 7 Slalom event that has 6 women on the running order. May or may not be 6 women down there, but that's what we got to look at this moment. I see the first skier on the dock, very well and near and dear to my heart, one of the sweetest ladies you'll ever meet in your life, and that's Cheryl Schmidt. Cheryl, very courageous woman out there skiing. She battles rheumatoid arthritis and still powers through all the obstacles it takes to get out there and ski. All right, Cheryl wiping her face, getting herself psyched up, getting that focus going. She's got butterfly as big as bats flying around in her stomach right now, I guarantee you. You can tell she's taking those deep breaths, trying to keep those nerves under control. Sometimes being first off the dock is the most difficult because you never know when you're supposed to be ready, and then they tell you to get ready, and next thing you know, you're sitting there for a couple minutes before it's your turn to go. It's not her first rodeo, though. She's overcame it many a times before. I'm sure she'll overcome it today as well. Cheryl hails from Mount Vernon, Indiana. Timberlake Ski Club there. It's a family group settled on a private lake. That's in the southern part of Indiana. She and her husband, Sam Schmidt, been traveling more these last few years. We've been pleased to have them come to a lot of tournaments around the Illinois area. So Cheryl's going to start at 26 miles per hour, 15 off. Here we go. We got Cheryl up and going. She'll be tickled pink. She gets through this whole first pass. Getting out, pulling a little long across the second wakes, get around 2 balls, still going to 3. She's around 3, going into 5. I think we'll see a fist pump. She runs this pass. She's not giving up. Through the gates, Cheryl made a liar out of me with no fist pump. I'll have to get on her about that. That's awesome, though. Cheryl Schmidt getting through pass number 1. So, yeah, I'm sure Cheryl's going to speed the boat up rather than shortening the rope, but I'll confirm that once we get word from the judges. And we got that from the judges. Cheryl going up to 28 miles per hour. It's going to be 15 off. Awesome. We got Cheryl up again. She's going around the island. Towboat being lined up in the green buoys. Cheryl pulling out wide. Starting her cut towards those gates. And she is around 2 balls. She's looking a little late to round 3. She's going to stand up. She will be happy with that. Skiing behind that Malibu response. Being cheered on by her husband, Sam, along the shoreline. So we have confirmed Cheryl Schmidt, 2 at 28 miles per hour, 15 off. That's your first women 1 out of the women 7 out of 6. So we've got our next lady in water down there on the dock. Next on my list is Cynthia Logan. As soon as we get confirmation from the boat crew on what her starting speed and line length is. Cynthia Logan, she's going to be starting 15 off, 28 miles per hour. So here comes Cynthia through the entry gates in around 1. She's making her way around 2. Looking pretty comfortable. I'm making her way over to 6. Short to 6. Looks like it's going to be a 5. So with the all-buoy scoring, keep in mind I'm unofficial here, but with Cheryl's pass, she completed all 6 buoys at 26:15 and got 2 at 28 miles per hour, whereas Cynthia did not complete a pass. So right now, unofficially, Cheryl Schmidt will be the leader in this women's 7 slalom event. You can see that we've got spectators down in the water getting themselves cooled off whenever they can get the chance to do that. We've got Sharon Baker-Brown at 15 off, 30 miles per hour. Sharon Baker-Brown coming in for her warm-up pass, pass number 1, 15 off, 30 miles per hour. She's doing a one-handed gate through a round 1 ball. Looking a little late at 2, hanging in there and getting deep and falling over on her side around 3 ball. Unfortunately for Sharon. All right, confirmation there for Sharon Baker-Brown with 2.5. Completing her set this year. All right, next women's 7. She's your third seed skier in this group. Sean Mills, 30 miles per hour, starting at that 22 off rope length. The first one in this group to do that. On a D3 Evo. She's around 4, heading over to 5, and around 5, it looks like she's going to make easy pieces with this opening pass. Shan Mills, 6 at 30. That should be your unofficial new leader in this women's 7. Here we go. Sean Mills, pass number 2. 28 off. Getting deep around 3 ball. So unofficial, your new leader, Sean Mills, 2.5 at 28 off. Your new leader in this women's 7 slalom group. If you're local at the tournament and you're watching this, and if you're women's 8, you need to be heading to the starting dock. Women's 8, you need to head to the starting dock. We've got 2 skiers left in women's 7. Then we're going to roll into women's 8. All right, number 2 seed, Lisa Harrison. She's coming off the dock at 30 miles per hour, 22 off. She's making her way. 2.5 at 28, current leader. Lisa getting pulled up around at the wakes, going to 1 ball, but she's going to retain composure. Getting around 5 over to 6. Lisa Harrison, pass number 1. Okay, confirmation with the judges for Lisa Harrison. Confirmed 6. Most likely we're going to be shortening that rope from the orange loop to the yellow loop, 28 off. That's right, here we go. Lisa Harrison, 28 off. 2.5 right now is your leader. So Lisa's got to get a full 3 if she wants to take that spot. She's going out over 2-3, around 3 into the wake, so that's 3. She's going to go for the whole ball of wax here. She's around 5, heading over to 6. Around 6. Unofficially, it looks like 6 for her at 28 off. Two and one quarter for Lisa Harrison, your unofficial leader, with one more skier on the dock in this women's 7 slalom event. 2020 Nationals title sponsor is Goode Water Skis. Sponsors allowing the webcast to happen. Ski it again. Splash Eye. Then you got the 8 regions through USA Water Ski, all sponsoring this webcast for y'all. We got a huge shout out and thank you to Tri-Lakes here in Zachary, Louisiana. Putting things together in a rush so we could have the 2020 Nationals this year. They're stepped up to the plate, said they could do it. So far, they haven't failed in one thing that I've seen. All right, we got a slight delay going on here. Not sure why, but they've notified Janie and said it might be a minute, so it's up to you if you want to take your ski off or keep it on. And it looks like she's just chilling on the dock. Sometimes when everything just feels right with your ski on, you just soon leave it on. Some people are superstitious. Whatever it takes. Apparently with the different calls that we've brought in on the last skier, Lisa Harrison, between the 2 and 2 1/4, they need to do a video review. So they're going to have Janie take her ski off while they do this video review. Take the time and do it right, because we got to use the towboat camera to make the review. So what we're doing is we're running someone down to the towboat to get the video card from the towboat to bring it up to the judges' tower to review. Lisa's score so we can move on from there. Okay, so we got the card swapped out of cameras. We're doing a simulation run here. Since it's been a couple minutes that the last skier has gone, we're running that Malibu down and back, and then we're going to pick up Janie. We may or may not know what Lisa's official score is by the time Janie goes. But Janie can go ahead and ski, knowing that she doesn't know for sure if Lisa's going to score a 2 or a 2 1/4. Janie has that option to go ahead and ski or wait till they review it and get the official score. All right, stay patient with us, folks. We're still doing the video review. The skier on the dock has that option, either to wait until the official score or go ahead and go, and it appears that Janie is wanting to wait so she knows exactly what she needs to get to challenge that. Lisa Harrison sitting in first place right now in this women's 7 slalom. Okay, so after that delay, we do have confirmation on Lisa Harrison. Your current unofficial leader is at 2 at 32 off. So now Janie Fussell knows what her mark is if she wants to be the women's 7 taking home the gold medal here in this 2020 Goode National Championships. Another shout out to Tri-Lakes for putting things together here in a short time frame. Normally ski clubs have a year or better to get things organized, sponsors in place, so forth and so on, and Tri-Lakes stepped up to the plate and graciously got everything ready to roll for us. So pass number 1, warm-up pass for Janie Fussell. She is at 22 off on this warm-up pass. Beautiful conditions still here in Zachary, Louisiana, home of the heat wave. Around 6 and through the gates. Janie Fussell. Okay, confirmation for Janie. Confirmed 6 at 22 off. We're going to go from orange to yellow. Looking at the monitor, you see we've already got our first women 8 sitting on the dock, ready to roll. After women's 8, they moved the boys 1 and girls 1 tricks over to Lake 2. Lake 1's running a little bit behind, so we're moving boys 1, girls 1 tricks to Lake 2 so we can get those events rolling. Still fulfill the schedule for the day. Here we go, top seed, women's 7, Janie Fussell. She's at 28 off. She's got to get all of this. Coming in for the ever-important 1 ball. Looking solid at 2. Dropped that shoulder a little bit, but she's got it back around 4. Looks like she's done it. She's going around 6 and through those gates. Janie Fussell, she's going to be coming back in at mean green, 32 off. Current leader right now unofficially is Lisa Harrison, 2 at 32 off. So Janie needs to get part of 3 to take home the gold for this year's 2020 Goode Nationals Water Ski Tournament. So here comes your money pass. This is your top seed. Women's 7 slalom, Janie Fussell. Right now, your current leader, 2 at 32 off, is Lisa Harrison. Janie's at the green buoy. She's swinging out for the ever-important start at those orange gates. Wheeling a little bit out of 1, pulling along to 2. She's going to fight for 3. If all she got to do is get part of 3 and she's a champion, she's still going to keep going. She's not done yet. Janie getting around 5, going to 6, pull long. She's got it and out the gates. The only girl, woman, in women's 7 to run 32 off here today. Janie Fussell, we're going to see what she can do at 35 off. Your unofficial champion right there, Janie Fussell. Here she comes. This is your 2017 Women's 7 Slalom champion. 35 off. She's clinched the gold. She's just going for more. She's got around 2. She's not going to get the 3, but still. Janie, fist pump. We love that. Congratulations. All right, that wraps up our women's 7. We're going to go into women 8 slalom. Not sure if they've got to switch boats or not.
So we're picking up now with the Women 8 Slalom Division. On the water now is Verna Clark. Verna ran her opener, which I believe was 26 miles an hour, 15 off. And she's coming back from the far end of the lake, 28 miles an hour, 15 off. Looking nice and smooth, nice and steady, good position, standing still on the ski. Skiing in a bit of a crosswind. Oh, she went down at 4 ball. Unofficially, it looks like a score of 3.5. So that looks like an unofficial score of 3.5 at 28 miles an hour, 15 off the line. By the way, this is John Wilkins. I'm from Lake Placid, New York, and Orlando, Florida. I've taken over the webcast announcing duties. Any of you Post on ball of spray. I am LP skier. So Donna Switzer. So Donna Switzer's our next skier on the water. She'll be coming out 28 miles an hour, 15 feet off the 75-foot tow line. Tow lines are all the 2.0 Masterline optimized rope. It is a wonderful slalom line. Anyone is looking to upgrade their rope, I personally recommend the 2.0 optimized rope from Masterline. It's a good choice. Lots of good choices out there, but that one is a good choice. Here comes Donna, round one ball. Round two, standing nice and tall on the ski, looking good. Coming into five ball, standing up nice and tall, looking good. Over to six. Easy turn, tight line, out the gate. We have an unofficial score of 6 for Donna. She'll be coming back at 30 miles an hour, 15 off the line. If I get aggregate scores over the radio, I will be happy to share them with everyone, but I don't trust myself to do the mental math to give you scores based on speed, rope length, and buoy count. So the Nationals are very well attended this year. I understand that the Bennetts, when they agreed to take on the obligation and responsibility of running the Nationals in May, they were thinking that they'd probably have about 200 skiers coming. I understand that with that in mind, they planned for 400 skiers, and I think that we've got over 600 here in attendance. Donna came back into the course at 30 miles an hour. Unofficially, she got a score of 1 at 30 miles an hour. So as I was starting to say, the national tournament seems to be much better attended than people anticipated given the COVID situation. People here are making an effort to socially distance. Most people are wearing a mask or have a mask available to wear. They've handed out wristbands in red, yellow, and green colors, and the practice is to look at the color of the wristband that someone is wearing, and you'll immediately know how comfortable they are with social interaction with other people. So if you're wearing a green wristband, you know, you're happy to high five, shake hands, give a hug. Oh, well, that was kind of a surprise. Brenda Kavanagh was our next skier on the water, and she had a score of 1 and done. That is too bad. So, unofficially, in fact, a score of 0 inside of 1 ball is the call. I am sure that that's a disappointment. So anyway, going back to the wristbands, if you're wearing a yellow wristband, as I am doing, you're happy with an elbow tap, maybe a fist bump, but that is kind of the extent of the physical contact that the people wearing the yellow wristbands are comfortable with. And then there's the red wristbands, and those folks that are wearing the red wristbands don't wish to have physical contact at all. You know, give me my 6 feet of space. So without having to verbalize anything, everyone can look at another person and immediately know how comfortable they are with physical interaction with their friends, old friends, new friends. So the next skier on the water is Kay Kelly. Haven't heard a starting speed and rope length as of yet. Kay Kelly will be starting at 28 miles an hour, 15 feet off. She's our number 2 seed in the women's 8 slalom division. She'll be the second to last slalom skier over here on Lake 2 this afternoon. Oh my word. I didn't see what happened, but she's floating in the water just before the start gate. It's possible that she threw, I was about to say it's possible that she threw the handle, but the call is a 0 unofficially. That's a bit of a skier tragedy. I can feel her disappointment. She still has her ski on. She's floating in the water. I wonder if she's thinking that she's going to ask for a reride. I can't tell yet. She's not waving to the boat. Well, unofficially, as we stand here waiting for our number 1 seed, Gwen Wimhoff, to go off the dock, it would appear that Donna Switzer is sitting in first place with a score of 1 buoy at 30 miles an hour, 15 off. And Verna Clark, who was our last seed in this division, is sitting in second place with 3.5 at 28 miles an hour, 15 off. So our number 1 seed in the women 8 slalom division, Gwen Wimhoff, is in the water down at the starting dock. And she will be starting at 28 miles an hour on a 60-foot line. Here comes Gwen. And she's into the course, round 3 ball. Standing tall and solid on the ski, body staying still. And that looked to me like a score of 6 at 28 miles an hour. Judges calling in a score of 6. So Gwen's going to be coming back at 30 miles an hour, 15 off, I assume. And she just needs a piece of 2-ball to take the she just needs a piece of 2-ball to take the lead in this women 8 slalom division. And I've just heard the announcement that Brenda Kavanagh and Kay Kelly are in fact going to run off. So here comes Gwendola, back in the course, 30 miles an hour, 15 off, through the gate, around 1 ball, needs a piece of 2 to take the lead. There we are, round 2, skiing real well, around 3, around 4, nice tight line, around 6 ball, and out the gate. So unofficially, that is our women's 8 slalom champion. She doesn't need to take another pass, but I'm suspecting that she might choose to. I don't see the dock. I don't see the boat idling in towards the dock, so I'm assuming that Gwendola's continuing to take her ski ride. That's what I would do. Travel all this distance to come to national championships. You might just as well ski as much as you can. Here comes Gwen. I'm assuming this is 30 miles an hour, 22 off the line. I haven't heard that confirmed from the boat. Good start around 1 ball, around 2. Yeah, I'm looking at the rope. That was 22 off. She has a score of 2 unofficially. 2 at 30 miles an hour, 22 off the line, and unofficially our winner. So unofficially it looks like number 1 seed, Donna Wimhoff, is our women's 8 slalom winner, followed by Donna Switzer, Verna Clark, and Brenda Kavanagh and Kay Kelly will run off for 4th and 5th places. I believe that Brenda will be the first one off the dock. So listening to the radio, it sounds like there may be a bit of a delay while Brenda Kavanagh's ski makes it back down to the start dock. Sounded like maybe her husband had taken the ski and headed for the car. So we'll be hanging loose here, waiting for Brenda to get her ski. I believe that she's going to be the first one to go in the runoff. Lots of pop-up tents set up along the side of Lake 1 and Lake 2. Pretty good crowd out here for late in the afternoon on day one of the 2020 National Championships. Last time I was here at Bennett's for a tournament was in 2014 for the Collegiate National Championships. And I have to say that that was probably the most fun tournament I have ever witnessed. College skiers line in the water. There must have been, I don't know, 500 skiers here, maybe more. And they're in the water. They've got horns. They've got sirens. They're cheering for everybody. They're cheering for the skiers on their team. They're cheering for the skiers on the other teams. It was very exciting. Of course, my daughter Grace Wilkins winning the D2 jump at that tournament certainly made it a thrilling, memorable event for me and her mother. All right, looks like the towboat is back on the water making a simulation pass, which gives me some indication that Brenda may have her ski, and when the boat gets back to the dock, maybe we'll be starting then with our women's 8 slalom runoff. So while I've got a minute, let me tell you a bit about the Compete Water Skiing app, which is now available in the Apple App Store. Using the app and your phone camera filming from the boat, you can compete virtually in water skiing just from your phone, from your home lake, against anybody, anywhere else that's skiing using the app. There's going to be a virtual World Water Skiing Championship held September 4 to 6 this year. Coming soon this month, you'll be able to compete in virtual events. You can build a team to compete in match play against other teams. That'll be available in September. As of this moment, the app is only available for Apple phones, but the Android version will be available in September. And collegiate skiing virtual tournaments will be available in September, and that is a big deal for the college skiers. Most, maybe even all of the collegiate ski season for fall of 2020 has been canceled, and a lot of the ski season for the spring of 2020 was canceled. So there's a bunch of collegiate tournaments there's a bunch of collegiate skiers out there who don't have tournaments to ski in. I'll come back to this in just a minute. It looks like we've got Brenda on the water. I did not hear what she's starting at, but both skiers are going to have to start at the same speed and rope length. 28 miles an hour, I hear, probably 15 off. And boy, she's just killing it this time. She goes around 5 ball, around 6 ball, and out the gate. So the buzz from the judges on the radio is a confirmed 6. So she'll be coming back into the slalom course at 30 miles an hour, still at 15 off. All right, Brenda's back up out of the water, heading to the entrance gates. So she's around 2, she's around 3, and it looks like that is going to be it. The buzz on the radio is that the score is 2. So 2 at 30 miles an hour, 15 off is the benchmark in this women's 8 slalom runoff. So Kay Kelly will come out. She's going to have to start at 28 miles an hour, 15 off. And she's got to beat a score of 2. So any piece of 3 ball that Kay gets will win the runoff and put her in 4th place. Right now, Brenda's guaranteed at least a 5th place finish. So Kay's in the water, jiggling her feet in her binding, getting the soap out. Rope's coming tight. Okay, so here comes Kay Kelly, 28 miles an hour, 15 feet off the line. And she's through the gates around 1. Oh, and it looks like maybe a score of 2.5 for Kay at 28 miles an hour, 15 off, which will put her in 5th place unofficially, with Brenda Kavanagh unofficially in 4th, followed by Verna Clark in 3rd place, Donna Switzer, the score of 1 at 30 miles an hour, 15 off in 2nd place, and Gwen Wimhoff with a score of 2 at 30 miles an hour, 22 off, is our unofficial women's 8 slalom champion. So the vendor tent is up and running. Nautique boats, Masterline ropes, Quantum skis, Eagle wetsuits, HO skis, Connolly skis, Goode skis, Mike's overall binding system, USA water ski. There's an engine manufacturer who I did not identify. Not sure who that is. I'll report back if I get a chance. A lot of new products being debuted here at the 2020 Water Ski National Championships. Radar has a new ski out. I was talking to Brooks Wilson about that ski earlier. Connolly has a new ski. It's the DV8, which is similar to the GTR, but is designed to cast out to the buoy a little more easily. It's got a used to customize the ski for their own purposes. Many of you may recall Fogman bindings. I'm a Fogman binding skier, and a bit of an albatross, I guess I might say, because there aren't a ton of us Fogman skiers left on the old Fogman single plate system. But Fogman has debuted here at the 2020 Nationals a brand new releasable binding system that's totally redesigned. When you first look at it, it almost looks unconventional. The release unit of the ski, the device that allows the binding to release from the ski in a fall, is actually underneath your feet, and binding is designed to release multi-directional.
I've been skiing on the Energy R1 for a little over a year now. Before the R1, I was on the original Energy, and I was skiing great on that ski. I really had no problems with it, but whenever they released the R1 with the wider forebody up front, it made the ski so much easier to stay balanced and have equal turns on both sides.
So from my very first set on the NRG R1, I could just feel that this ski's just really balanced through the wakes and through the turns, and I found that I could just turn my onside turn better. I think that's because the tail of the ski just allows a little bit more water to flow through it, so it just rides through the tail of the onside turn better. That's definitely the big thing that I felt was different, and that's why I was really happy to be able to get on that ski straight away.
Over here on Lake 2, we're on Lake 1, which is just had our women's 8 slalom competition. And so we're moving some boys, trick skiers, over to Lake 2, and we'll be picking up with them shortly. Looks like all the swimmers are out of the lakes, and that signifies that the necessary slalom buoys have all been removed. So I'm suspecting that we're going to go into trick
You better hold on real tight, 'cause my knuckles turning real white. I'm a real fighter in you. You don't matter to me. You don't matter to me. You're running out of good times, 'cause I'm coming off the sideline. I'm a real fighter in you. You don't matter to me. You don't matter to me. I'm rising up now. No, I won't back down. Taking my shot now. Make you my background. I'm rising up now. No, I won't back down. Taking my shot now. Make you my background. Not a fan of your presence. I guess you never learned your lesson. This is my time and you can't take it from me. You can't take it from me. I don't think you want to taste this.
Chris LaPointe.
Ever since I've been skiing on the D3 Ion S, I really like how the sweet spot is an inch bigger than the Evo, which has given me a lot more predictability in the course, whether it's calm or rough conditions. The way the ski feels makes me excited for the upcoming season.
I think a characteristic that most skiers can appreciate about the Ion is its consistency and predictability. I feel pretty confident coming into the tournament season that I can show up and score what I'm capable of because of this ski.
One of the things I have always noticed in my 11 years of riding D3 skis is that they are some of the most predictable and consistent skis that I have ever ridden. What I like most about this ski is that it's fast across the wake, but due to the narrower forebody from the front foot forwards, it allows the ski to slow down in the edge change, as well as let the tip of the ski carve a tight turn around the buoy, resulting in more angle out of the backside of the buoy.
This is a hat. You can get one anywhere, but today you're in Louisiana. You forgot your favorite one at home, of course, so you got this one and some change. You gave some of that change to the band who got your 2 left feet to dance, and a few dollars to a man who typed up a poem just for you. You saved the rest for a dozen fresh oysters and a Sazerac, one to feed your face, the other to feed your soul. The hat, it's your new favorite, because today you're in Louisiana.
Mornings on the lake. The first time I got up and stayed up. Learning how to drive. Teaching our dog to swim. Long summer days, big sprays, and even bigger laughs. These are the moments that made up my childhood, that brought our family together, and the memories I'm now making with my kids. Being on the water isn't just something we do, it's who we are. Make your memories with Mastercraft.
Tournament at Little Mountain Lakes in Maiden, North Carolina ought to be a tournament that's on your radar if you are a female skier looking for a great tournament. Cash prizes, probably the best
This is a ticket stub. You'd normally toss it out, but not today. Today, you're in Louisiana. Today, you took a face-flattening, high-octane airboat through the marsh and ended up back in the time of dinosaurs. Today, you savored seafood that hadn't crossed state lines. Today, you danced till your soul felt good and your souls ached. That ticket stub, you tuck it away as a reminder, because today, you're in Louisiana.
Where the crowd gets spread out over a larger bit of territory. All the spectators are right here in one area, and it really makes it kind of fun and exciting and easy to see all of your friends, maybe your friends that you run into only at nationals because they live in California or Wisconsin or Oregon or Washington, and you live in New York or Florida or Maryland.
All eyes on the way I vibe when I walk into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step, I got a fresh new attitude. Oh my, 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 oh my, my, my. Call me a king.
This is a shrimp po' boy. It could just be a sandwich, but today, you're in Louisiana. Today, you got up with the sun to enjoy the best bass fishing on Earth. Today, you walked historic halls where ghosts might pay a visit, but spirits are always present. Today, you wandered into a hole-in-the-wall cafe and fed your soul with a frosty local brew and this shrimp po' boy. Anywhere else, it's just a sandwich. But today, you're in Louisiana.
I've been skiing on the Energy R1 for a little over a year now. Before the R1, I was on the original Energy, and I was skiing great on that ski. I really had no problems with it, but whenever they released the R1 with the wider forebody up front, it made the ski so much easier to stay balanced and have equal turns on both sides.
So from my very first set on the NRG R1, I could just feel that this ski's just really balanced through the wakes and through the turns. And I found that I could just turn my onside turn better. I think that's because the tail of the ski just allows a little bit more water to flow through it, so it just rides through the tail of the onside turn better. That's definitely the big thing that I felt was different, and that's why I was really happy to be able to get on that ski straight away.
Take any shortcuts just because they didn't have a lot of time to get ready. They thought about the little touches that make coming to a big tournament like this so much fun. So just because they only had June, July, and August, or maybe a bit of May, June, July, and August, not even much of August, call it June and July, to get ready, tournament, it, by all appearances, would seem
You better hold on real tight, 'cause my knuckles turning real white. I'm a real fighter in here. You don't matter to me, you don't matter to me. You're running out of good times, 'cause I'm coming off the sideline. I'm a real fighter in here. You don't matter to me, you don't matter to me. I'm rising up now. No, I won't back down. Taking my shot now. Make you my background. I'm rising up now. No, I won't back down. Taking my shot now. Make you my background. Not a fan of your presence. I guess you never learned your lesson. This is my time and you can't take it from me. You can't take it from me. I don't think you wanna taste this.
So it looks like our first Boy 1 trick skier is coming along. I don't have a running order as of yet, but I will get one so that I can keep everybody appraised of who is on the water. But this is the Boys 1 trick event. There's a young fellow on the water right now trick skiing on 2 skis, making me feel good. Not the only trick skier today that went out on 2 skis. I'm a firm believer in 2 trick skis and your stick on the ice. I'm going to set the microphone down for a moment and go dark here while I try to get a up-to-date running order. I'll be back shortly. Okay, so our skier that's on the water is Michael Williams. I don't have any information about him, but at least now we know who he is. Doing some side slides and reverses and some more side slides and a fall.